Okay, I should be live. Yeah. And give it a moment. There it goes. I can see it. So I do gotta send out the link. I'm probably gonna die sitting here. Actually, I have to click off anyway, so I'll just close it. But let me look at the link real quick. Once I hold on. Almost there. Share, copy. Now over to Discord. I need to like dampen my head rotation because it looks like I'm turning my head a bit further than I actually am. Come on. I got an uh-oh thing in Discord. It seems to think something broke. Anyways. I think I should be good. I have a bad habit of when I'm just trying to talk, looking at OBS to see what everyone else sees. So I just look to the right. But yeah, hello everyone. So, today I'm going to be focusing on making things look nice. So, I did some tree stuff since the last stream. I didn't stream last week because I, had to travel, and then, I got back this week. Anyways, so I did the tree stuff. So the tree's leaves now move, and it, that can be animated based off of just still image. I don't have to do hardly any work to set that up. It's just pretty much automatic. But I do want to add some squashing and stretching to the entire tree. Actually, wait, that could be a problem for this bird here. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Whoa. That's a new one. How did... Okay, I'm gonna run this for a bit again and see if that happens again. That makes me think there's a memory leak somewhere. Oh, I forgot that turns off my music. Hold on. My bad. I didn't stop opening Task Manager like that. Shift Escape stops my music, so when I try to open Task Manager, it just stops the music. Oh, I gotta kill this thing. But I'm gonna sit around the trees and hopefully it crashes again, because otherwise I don't really know what happened there. Okay, so let's see, what's Task Manager doing? Oh my. Yeah, I can, there's definitely a memory leak there. It went up to almost 2 gigs. I'm wondering where that's coming from. So, I think it's a purely coincidence that it crashed, well, not entirely a coincidence, but largely coincidental that it crashes on this line, because that's when it's handling its largest surface. So there must be something small leaking, like once per frame, that's making it go up to 2 gigabytes. Because normally the game runs at like 30 or 40, I think, megabytes. Yeah, I think maybe next week I probably won't be using the Calamity music. The only reason I'm using it is because it's the only music I have right now that won't get me copyright claimed. So, yeah. I'm gonna try to get some more soon. Yeah. Anyways, I have a guess because this only popped up after I did the tree thing, so there's probably something in here that's leaking. I'm not sure where it could be leaking though, because in Python, like, it's got automatic garbage collection. So I have to like appending its surface to an array somewhere or something. There are tools to figure out where that stuff is coming from, but I've never used them. It'll probably take more effort to set it up than to actually just figure out what happened here. So my second guess, since I don't see anything in here, Like, this only... Ooh, wait. If there's a bunch of these being created, let's test that. So it only created 2, that's correct. Oh, something I should check is, does it happen when I'm away from the trees? So I'm gonna pull up Task Manager the way that doesn't crash my music. Or it's not crashing, but... So, it is going up. Yeah. I think the world is not actually running the trees at this point. So I'm not sure where it's coming from. Hold on. Let's see. So down here somewhere, render. Here it is. This is the section for trees. So it's gonna do print tree. Oh, you guys can't see what I see here. So, oh, it's trying to render it even when I'm not even close. Hold on, let me do some other stuff. Tree comma self dot, what is it? Master clock. So I'm gonna go over this way where I'm like really far from the tree. Oh, you know why it is? It's because the trees are off grid. That's why. So it will endlessly try to render them, but that's only the reason it's being rendered. I do not know. I'm gonna comment out the line that's rendering it and see if I still have the memory leak. Well, first I'm gonna see if the trees are missing, because they should be. Yeah, it's just a floating bird. So I'm gonna open up Task Manager again. And hey, look, tab 9. My RAM usage is going up, so it's not the rendering itself. Man, what? Okay. Let's try this. Just skip world rendering. Let's see if it still happens. And it's still... it's going up and down. I'm curious to see if it hits 300. I think those are normal fluctuations. I didn't know I used that much RAM to begin with. But, presumably something in the rendering is what's causing this. If just shortcutting the rendering on the world gets rid of it. So... I'm gonna see if it's this. So, a little bit of a hack. Slightly... Actually, it's about as much work as... This is an interesting way to look at things. But, Task Manager. I should probably just be leaving this open, but... It's still leaking. Well, no, the leaking came back. Which means that it's not in this section. So it's something down here. Is it the grass that's leaking? I did do a little bit of a tweak to the grass recently. Oh, it's the grass that's leaking. Did I, like, give it bad configuration for, like, its cache and stuff? That might be it. The cast module, well, grass module's kind of heavy. There's a lot of caching going on there. Gonna have to look into the configuration, see what exactly I did. The only leak you've ever had to deal with was when accidentally running something each frame you meant to do to only run once. I've had to deal with a lot of memory leaks, but it's usually like something where I'm just storing a surface multiple times when I shouldn't be. I've used like 10 other programming languages. I just prefer Python. Okay, so here's the here's the grass thing. So I'm gonna have to take a look at what's initializing it, which I think is assets. Or maybe not, maybe it's in world. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so that might be new with this. I added wind to the grass. That's one of the most recent things I did. I'm curious if that's somehow related, because I don't remember this being an issue before. I can't type. Uh-huh. So, yeah, somehow the wind is causing it. Okay. There might be an actual bug in the grass module itself, in which case I'm gonna have to do another Patreon release for this. So somehow one of these caches is getting way too big with the rotations. I suspect it's going to be the... Is it grass? Wait. So there's one where I render each blade, and the blade itself gets cached. Hey, if you are willing to type out all of the code in here, you could copy the grass thing for yourself without paying $3. Wow. Oh, here's render blade. I thought I cached the blade. Interesting. Apparently I didn't. So I'm curious which cache is getting too big. Presumably it's the grass cache. I need to update render. Update render. Print size grass cache. And that's self. Oh wait, no, why is, that's not a thing. Len. Yeah, it's just going up infinitely, you guys can't see it, but now you can, it's down here. So... something wrong with my caching logic where it must be trying to attempt to cache with the wind, or like caching incorrectly with the wind. Well, wait, no, hold on, that doesn't sound right. Ooh, maybe I have a guess. I might have done a bad job with this. Maybe I wasn't supposed to do it like this. So this is in... what is this angle in? Is this degrees? Because if it's degrees, it would go off by up to 6 degrees. Or wait, no. No, the absolute range is 6 degrees. Otherwise, it should be spinning in circles, theoretically. Let me see. I don't know what this measurement is. That looks like it could be 6 degrees, so... in that case... that should fix it. Yep, we're good. Doesn't look as smooth though. I need to add more. I gotta be careful about how to do this. So basically I can't, I'm gonna do times 30 divided by 10. I'm truncating the value because for every individual rotation that I give, it'll cache something new. So I need to make sure that it's not going too far. So I'm at 230 megabytes. Let's see, and it looks like it's stable. So I think that's that issue fixed. Yeah, so I guess gotta be very careful with that wind function I give it. I saw the other me on the other side there. Reading chat. Yes, I've used several Linux distributions. I've used Debian, I've used like 10 different versions of Ubuntu. I've used Manjaro. I think there's more. I've used some Arch servers, and then I've used Scientific Linux. So I've used a bunch of them, but the only one actually I've installed right now is Manjaro. Yeah, someone's saying that it's the first time that my stream has started at a decent time for them, but for the last 2 streams, I've started them, well, I started them at more like 1, but I went up until, like, I streamed for, I started at 1 my time, or noon, and then I streamed until 4-ish, and then this time I started around 2, so, at 2:30, I think, yeah. But yeah, my last 2 streams should have been fine for that time zone. But YouTube has this analytics thing where you can see what time your subscribers are active normally on YouTube, and it's usually around noon for me. So even that's kind of early for me. But I try to stream close to noon because of that. I have a video on the grass. You can look that up. I plan on releasing the game hopefully next year, sometime. I don't know when. Fully understand Pygame? That's a very subjective term. So I learned the basics of Pygame pretty fast. It's not that complicated, but then being able to use those basics to do advanced stuff it takes time. Or at least it took time for me because I didn't have examples of other people doing stuff like this for me to learn off of. But it should be easier now because there's more examples of doing weird things with Pygame's functionality. Anyways, so the thing I wanted to do here, I was thinking about squashing and squashing and stretching the trees, but that doesn't work because I put the bird right there. I can't like hang things on the trees if I change their sizes dynamically. I think at some point here I'm gonna update the animation for the player. Another thing I need to do, I need background tiles to connect these areas. And then I also want to add grass and leaf particles that'll rain from the tree, and then also that'll come out from underneath me. Hold on, do I have like a thing? No, I don't. I just have a pistol. This thing. Anyways, so what am I printing? I'm printing out something that needs to be deleted. Where is this coming from? Foliage. Is that coming from assets? This to-do list is not correct anymore. Is there a print in here? Yeah, that needs to be removed. Let's make sure I didn't delete anything important, and good. How do you make this infinity background with no lag? It's just some lines actually. So I just draw a bunch of lines, and then I guess there's the squares in the background. Speaking of lag, one of the things I want to do today is actually fix this frame rate, because I think I could get double of that if I'm careful. I think it's largely particles, but I need to figure out where that's coming from, like what's making it slow, and then fix that. Also, I tested, and even though the computer I'm running on right now is pretty beefy, it runs like almost the exact same frame rate on my laptop, because that's just an SDL thing. Getting fancy computers doesn't help as much as it does with other games, but it also means when you're working on a fancy computer, it's closer to what most of the people playing a game are using. So this will run on most laptops as it is, which is nice. Anyways, Are you complaining about the background on my stream? The tree thing? It's, part of the problem is, if I remove that, then I don't have a space to show the music that's playing. The thing that mentions my development log would be also blocking the screen, and then so would my avatar. Yeah. Anyways, so I'm gonna do the background stuff first. Hold on, let me get to Vagrant scripts. There we go. Vagrant data images. So I'm gonna pull up my good old MS Paint, and we're gonna do some art. So the stuff on the right here is technically the correct stuff. Whatever goes in the background needs to be darker than this. Actually, I should get a screenshot of the actual game for, like... Oh, right here is good, I think. And I'm gonna paste this off screen so you don't see my OBS stuff. Hold on. One moment, I'm almost done. There we go, I got it. So I'm gonna make this bigger because I need more space again. So this is what the game looks like right now. I got part of the window in the top there, but whatever. Some of the pixels are kind of glitched out because of the way I resized this, but that's the current color palette thing or whatever. So the question is, what do I want to stick as a background tile set in this section right here? So I'm looking to do something where I connect these kind of floating islands with some land, kind of like I do in Super Potato Bruh. But I'm not sure what color I should use. So there's actually things sticking out right here that you can't really see because of the color of the background. So I'm wondering if I should use something lighter. Because I could just like do this, but then that looks funky. So I could try like a dirt color. Oh, that color is good. I like that. Hold on. No, cancel. So, where did I get this color from? I think it's the... Where is this? This is like the dark wood color. But it's darker than that one. See this? Aha, this is it. So I will use this color, which is actually on the red scale. So I have to draw a bunch of tiles that connect all these other tiles. The tiles are 16 by 16. So I'm gonna take a look at Super Potato Brush to see how I did this real quick. I'll probably pull over a window. I think I made it so the tiles could curve. Ah, look at this beautiful blue I've got here. There are some serious issues with colors here. But if you look, the tiles curved. It had like corner tiles and stuff. So it's a bit different. But yeah, the goal is to have something like this as the background, or to connect things, to give a bit more depth to the world, I guess. There's a lot of shapes here to do. So I got to do corner tiles. I got to do flat on each side, and then I have to do the inner corner right here. This is gonna be 4 by 2 plus 1 is 9, and then I have to do 4 more, so 13 tiles. Wait, yeah, that's right. So first step is to draw the grid. I need an 18 by 18 square. And then I can copy this. I gotta change the secondary color back to black though. And then I can take this. Come on, there we go. Actually, I forgot what the layout is. Oh, well, whatever. I'll deal with that later. So these are the main things I gotta do here. So it doesn't need to be that big. It's gonna be a bit hard to see, especially like if you're on a display with bad color, watching the stream with the compression and everything. But yeah, let's see. This doesn't have to be very smooth. Actually, it being jagged is a good thing. Actually, wait. The side tiles do have to end at the same level they started at, though. So that has to end there. Actually, I can do this, and then that. Didn't mean to go that far. There we go. I don't know how to make commentary on artwork interesting. I think that lines up. Okay, so this should all fill nicely now, and you might be able to see better what I'm doing. It's not a cat, and I'm not gonna give it wings. Convert is convert alpha, except it doesn't use alpha colors. Like it doesn't store alpha. Convert alpha is just convert with supported alpha channel, so you can have like transparency. Have a good stream, thank you. So I don't know what bread juice is. Anyways, now I have to like make the corner tiles. So for that, I have to do a different arrangement. I have to invert these. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna copy this. And then this goes like this. And then this gets flipped. This gets flipped. Vertical. Put vertical. And then I have to delete these other corners because... Wait a second. What did I just do? Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. What happens if I do this? Does this line up? I'm curious. Oh wait, no. So the corner does kind of line up, but that's not what I'm looking for. Gotta remove these four corners, and then just gotta Did I connect that right? I think so. There you go. So now I can fill these in. And those are the other corners. I'm gonna tweak the shapes a little bit though. I don't know. There we go. So now I can take these and make a tile set out of them. I actually have a thing for this. Where did I put it? Here. Is it in scripts? Where did I put it? Sprite? No, no sprite sheet loader. There's a sprite sheet generator thing. Editor. Here we go. So data images sketch 2.png. So now I can go here. I don't remember the keys. Hold on. I'm just checking what the keys were. So it's G to switch it to the mode. R is a new row. S to save. So G, R, and S. I do have to check real quick what the layout's supposed to be. So data, images, spreadsheets. So if I look here, here we go. This is what the layout's supposed to be for tiled things. So top left, top right, and it kind of goes around in a circle, I think. And then I can add some extra tiles. So I'm gonna use that as a reference. I'm actually gonna stick it over to my left here because this is the way this is. So I have to start on top left. Oh, the way that works doesn't. Hold on, that's not gonna work. I gotta get rid of the white stuff for this to work properly. Vagrant, editor, spreadsheet gen, / data images sketch 2.png. Okay, here we go. So top left, top middle, top right. The shapes are concerning me. Yeah, slight problem here. So for these ones, it looks like I can't use the like the sizes are not assumed to be 16 by 16, so it's not actually matching them properly because it does the bare minimum size. And it was going to generate a sprite sheet for me, but I'm gonna have to just do it myself, the painful way. Let's see, because the actual colored portions of this tile set are not the correct size. So it goes. Even this isn't the correct size. So I'm just gonna go ahead and make a new one. So just flood fill out all this stuff. I just want a 16 by 16, and I'll duplicate it. So what is this one? We've got a 17 by 18. So it needs to be one smaller there and two smaller here. I believe that blue color was 255, 255. And this goes like this. So this should be 16 by 16. These dots, by the way, are the markings that's used to parse the tile map. It's not assumed to be on a grid. It's just all sorts of tile sizes. I'm gonna have to double check the layout again because I already forgot. I have the memory of a goldfish, or the short-term memory of a goldfish. Let's go. Wait, this is wrong image. Why am I looking at this? Like I was just saying. top left. Okay, so it goes around. It does bottom, left side. So it does like a loop and circles into the middle. Finally. What am I doing here? Was it trying to close? I don't know what that was. So this doesn't need to be here anymore. This can go in here. Wait a second. All right. So that goes like that. Now I copy this. Grow this downward. Put that there. And I gotta get another one. So the selection I'm taking needs to be 16 by 16 so it fits properly. Then I do this again. This is kind of tedious. It's normally less tedious though. 16 by 16. I'm gonna go ahead and make the rest of the slots here. Hold on. So flood fill that, and then I can start like copying them in batches. So I calculated this earlier. I need 13 slots, so I'm gonna take 3. Let's just make this tall. So that's 6 more. That brings me to 9, 12. So this one goes here to give me 13, I think. If I did that right. So this one's next. That goes there. Bottom right. I missed. It's bottom. Moving my mouse 1 pixel is not fun. Probably gonna give me some sort of injury someday. Then again, Beat Saber is probably more likely to do that, but okay, top left isn't next, and then I only have 4 more. And then I can start level editing. So that goes there. Now it's time for the corner tiles. So the order I do these doesn't really matter, but I'm gonna start at top left and go down to the bottom left. You know, this is one of the times I have to use math and programming. I have to count to 13. Oh, did I just do that? Oops. I'm not supposed to do that. Hold on. It's a good thing I have copies of these. So, sprite sheets. Call this quartiles back. And then, I don't want to save that. I have a backup over here. Gonna take that, Vagrant, data, images, sprite sheets, paste, overwrite. That fixes that. And then I can go back into the editor and bring in the new tile set, and then open up the editor, import the level. Okay, so these are spawners. I'm gonna turn on layering. I need these back tiles. So if I did this right, where's the center one? Oh no. I forgot the center. Oops. So, I gotta fix this real quick. It's an easy fix. The center is this one right here. And then fill that. And then I need to copy this back into the game. Overwrite. Editor. And save. So, does it know it's a tile set? Does it need to know? I don't even remember. Okay, cool. So that works. I can auto tile that properly. So turn on layers. So I want to get behind everything. So this is the decoration layer right here. I want to get behind that. So -3, is that behind everything? It isn't hard to go to -5, I guess. Probably just do this. I don't have to be that, like, careful with how I do this. It's performant enough to not be that much of a concern. Like how many wasted tiles I have. I don't want those. That should go up into here, like that. And then this should just be like that. Do the same thing here. And here. I'll connect those. I'm gonna do a little interesting thing right here. So that's gonna come over here. And that can go there. And that all connects. And then this can be like this. It doesn't need to be there. And I think now just fill these sections. Now if I left a hole anywhere, it's gonna crash. And then I'm gonna have to restart. But I think I did it right. I left a hole. I didn't do a thing that stops it from just infinitely trying to fill if you flood fill an open space. I'm just counting on myself to not make a mistake in that regard, and I just did. So let's try that again. I'll just go down here like that, and it's gonna be a slightly different shape than last time. So that needs to not be a hole this time. And then I'll do this. Actually, this can come out here probably. Hopefully no one tries to walk on that. If they do, they'll have a bad time because it's not real. So I'm gonna do that special thing right here again. It needs to connect out that way. And then that can go like this. That can go I can't have like a single tile spike anywhere. I don't know if you can hear that buzz outside my window, but there is one. Let's do this. Okay, hopefully I didn't leave any holes this time. I'm gonna check as I fill here. Just no holes here. No holes here. Okay, so now I have to like select this whole area and tell it to auto tile it. So do that, and I think it's Control T, Control A, and I should have my background. So now I press O, and it should update my save. Yeah, it's got the right date, so I can close that, and then data maps. I'm gonna call this intro v4, and this becomes intro. So there we go. Wait, these are not supposed to be solid tiles. One moment, I need to fix that. It's gonna be images. How did I determine this? So sprite sheets. Where? How did I turn off the? I think I have some funky logic in here that's trying to determine what's a tile and it isn't from the sprite sheet name or something dumb like that. I'm gonna check. Where is it? Sprite sheet loader? No. Assets, maybe? It could be in world on the part where it adds the physics. Wait, and that's done in tile map actually. So tile map determines what is and isn't a physical tile. I'm not sure how it does that. Presumably anything off-grid isn't physical, but I think there's stuff that's on-grid that isn't. Or maybe not. Interesting. So there's a thing in the entity code where it looks it up for movement. I think it's just assuming anything on grid is a physical tile, which is, I guess, something that's never updated. So it's in here. Get nearby rects. Here, I'll do this. Wait. I think there's a bunch of stuff that does some wacky, I think I need to like have two sections of this that's like the smart way to do it is to just entirely separate it and not try to separate them upon like the physics interactions, but then that leaves some inconsistencies with the level editor. Ideally it would I'll do the sloppy solution, and then if physics becomes a performance issue, I'll probably do a better one. I'll read chat real quick though. Do you think Game Maker is a good place to start? Probably not. I think it's falling out of use right now. Yeah. There's not that much, like, there's a Discord server for Pygame, so that does exist, and it's run by a guy I sort of know, but, nothing super formal. There's also the subreddit for Pygame. I have a strange nerdy voice. Okay. Okay, I finished reading chat. Anyways. So this needs to be updated. I need to check what the particles are doing. Or things with like... Or wait, no, hold on. I think the... I can't remember what the bullets are. I don't know if the bullets, like... Or the bullet shells... I guess the bullets too. I need to check what they're doing. So these ones, they use move... Is this the same? Tile collide. Oh. So get wrecked and tile collide. So it is using other functions. Good. So, self.physical check equals lambda x, lambda x true. So I need to use that function to check if things are physical. So it's here. No, I don't want get by rect. I need... Wait, what am I using? Get nearby rects. Where's that? Oh, here it is. There should be an if on the end of this list comprehension. What? Where's the end of... here. Oh. So, if rects -1, so the thing I just added. So I have the types. Hold on, I'm gonna see what this actually is. This is gonna lag like mad. Oh, it doesn't lag. What? Does this actually run full speed? Oh, it's like slightly slowed down, but it's like doing so many prints, like hundreds every frame, so thousands a second. That's interesting. But tile map. Okay. So if lambda, wait, no, self dot, was it physical? Oh yeah, physical check. Tile set for tile set in rect -1 0 if any of these evaluate to true. That's list comprehension. Or I'll do if not any. So if none of them, they're all false. Rect x dot pop, or pop. Can you pop -1? Does that work? Let's see. Cool, that works. So theoretically, I should be able to say, lambda x x -5 last 5, wait, yeah, -5 is tiles. This is I just fall through everything, I guess. My frame rate dropped quite a bit there, which is concerning. Let's see. So, but if I take that out, I still have a physics, right? Yes. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna do a bit of a hack here just to see what I'm getting. That's not right. So, tile map, need physical check. The frame rate's a little bit lower, it's not too bad. I'm not sure how I feel about... it just fell through. I think the AI is a bit confused about what those are. But I need to apply the physical check to... tile collide. Where is it? So take this. If what's this going to be? Self the tile map, tile position. What? I have to do all the layers. I'm starting to think this is a pretty bad idea, performance-wise, because of all the weird checks I have to do to make this work. Like, I didn't think this would be this much of an issue, but apparently. So I'm gonna do it on load. So self.background grid equals that. Oh, background tile map. So it's going to be on grid, just like everything else. So I should do new background tile map. Oh no, it's not parsed like that. So I call tuplify, stringify, and then I need to split. So I can actually still use that physical check. And then it applies when I load the map. Self.clean. Self. Split map. def split map self, and I can do this. Self dot tile map or it's background tile map equals that. So for position in self dot tile map, I just need to get through everything here. So it's for layer in that. I have to delete it if self.physical check on self, yeah, well, this thing, and then type 0 del. So you gotta delete it, but before that I need to copy it over. So if self dot wait, no, not self position. If position not in self dot background tile map equals that, if layer not in self dot background tile map position layer. No, I don't have to do that. Self dot background tile map position layer equals this. So if I did this right, I should see the new stuff missing, and it crashed. Okay, I can't do that. Delete list equals this. Oh wait, no, I got a different idea. It just makes a copy. Do that, and I don't even have to do that now. Where did that come from? What went wrong here? I'm gonna make sure it doesn't crash if I take that out. So something about this is breaking things. Oh. If len self.tile map position is 0 del self.tile map position. I deleted everything except for the background tiles. Let's go. That's not what I wanted. That's an interesting thing to see, though. It still works, though. So, where's the if not in the physical check? Where did my grass go? The grass does not need to be moved. Vegetation, okay. Yeah, vegetation should be like the main exception there. Wait, did it like, no, the portal's still there. What? There's some, are the drop throughs still here? So the drop throughs are still there, that's good. I'm curious about the spawners. I think those are handled. wait, hold on. So when I load a map, load map, load grass, load entities. So, or the spawners. So in world, I do have to write an exception for. Where's my? So if it is tiles, but it can't be vegetation. Well, no, it can be tiles, vegetation, or functionals. I think, wait, functionals? Yeah, functionals. Or entities, I guess. Wait, no, the functional is the platform. So entities or vegetation is allowed. That is tiles, or X is entities. No, or X in entities vegetation. So that should put the grass back and the spawners. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. So now most of these interactions don't care about those background tiles, but this one should. So I copy this, and that becomes a background tile map. That might do it. Let's see if it's there. Yes, it's there, and the physics are as intended. Let's go. So next, I don't like the color actually now. That's annoying. So what should this be then? So I'm gonna take a screenshot, drop it into Paint, and start messing with colors. That's my YouTube stuff. Oops. Okay, so here's this. I'm gonna rechat it again real quick. High quality games that are made for fun usually don't get much attention because they don't provide constant action. What? Looks like you guys talking about something else. It seems like more like just an issue of not meeting market demands as to what people want. High quality isn't necessarily what people want to make, or want to play. Anyways, so let me pull up the palette real quick and I'll see if I can find something that I like. So images, sketch 2. So I can play with a bunch of colors here. Any of these ones. So I can't use the darkest color, I don't think. Let me see though. That does kind of work. It's just like not dark enough. What if I made it darker? That does work. Only issue is wait, how does it look if I dot this color all over it? So just like trying to get an idea of how this would look. I like that. Let's go with that. Hold on, I'm gonna copy this color onto my clipboard real quick, and then I'm gonna go mess with the tiles. So go into here, take that, and go boop 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 boop. That's better. Images. So I do want to take that other color still. And then do some styling. I don't know how well you guys can see what I'm doing here, but eh. What is this one? This is the bottom right. Okay. Okay, I did all the corners. Now I have to do the outward corners. Sure, like, it should be easier. There we go. And put that there. And then what is this one? This is bottom right. I think that's bottom right. And did I do the corners right? Oh, this is my first corner, isn't it? Wait, I should have done bottom left. Oh yeah, the bottom left one's fine. Okay, two more. Almost there. Okay, I think I did it. Let's see how it looks. There we go. Looks pretty decent. I'd like to stick some holes in this background here, like I do for Sweet Potato Bro. So I'm gonna, do I have my, no, that's the wrong thing. Vagrant, editor, level editor. I save. And get onto that layer, I think it's -5. So for this, I think I can make many shapes. Wait, no. Not any shape, but... I can do shapes like this. There also should probably be something right here. So now I just do this. Control A, O, close, copy that, data, maps, move intro to V5, paste in intro. There we go. That looks better. There's one tile right there that's like not right. Also there. So I'm gonna go fix those. I have to be careful about how those line up. So -5. So that'll fix that. I think that'll fix it. Yeah. Oh wait. Vagrant, data, maps. Delete that. Yes. Oh wait, no, actually don't want to delete that. I want to delete intro. Rename this to intro. Oh, I forgot I have to add like the corner stuff. I need to do this part manually. So color tiles back. So I'm looking for bottom left corners right now. This one's actually incorrect too. There's a bunch of incorrect shapes in here that shouldn't be allowed. So I'm gonna fix this real quick. If I do that, okay. So doing bottom left corners, so that goes there, that goes there. I could automate this, but I think that's the main bottom left corners here. That I can get away with. There's a tree behind that, but I think right here there should be one. And here, and here. Oh yeah, I didn't have auto tiling in Super Potato, but I actually placed every tile by hand. So level editing took longer than it should have. Okay, that goes there. That goes there. Looking for more bottom left tiles. There. I'll do like that. Some of these I don't feel like fixing that much. Okay. So now for bottom right. I'm probably going to add an auto tiler for this later, because this is actually taking a bit longer than intended. I'll have to do all these. Here we go. Top left time. That's that. This goes here. Almost there, I think. Did you just corner? I think I did, yeah. I do there. Here. Technically here. Last type, top right. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make an auto tiler for this, because I'm not gonna bother doing this for the entire game. So top right. See, so this goes there. And here. All right. Almost there. Save. Wait, no, this one. So now it should be done. Maps. Delete intro. Rename that to intro. So I should have the proper corner tiles now. Looks better. Oh, where's the drop-throughs here? Let me tell the drop-throughs. Oh, they need to be included. I think they're called functionals. So there they are. Yeah, okay. Now I can stand on those. It should include the bridge over here. Yeah, I can stand on the bridge. That's good. I'm gonna wait and just make sure something spawns again. And as long as something does, I'm good. I don't know if you could hear my jaw pop there, but... So things are starting to improve visually. Oh, hello. Ow. I'll take that sword, and because I do have saving now, so I can keep that. So theoretically, yes, I still have my sword. Cool. Wait, what happens if I unequip it, and then... Okay, nothing happens, cool. I'm not sure if red's the right outline color here. I have a bunch of options, technically. I don't know what I want to do yet. But I want some particles coming out from my feet when I run, probably. Depending on whatever the tableau is. So it'll probably just like crop out part of the tableau, or maybe just pick a random color. And then pull from that. I should probably be done after the frame's rendered, but that's the next thing I wanted to do was add a bunch of particles. Actually, I want to speed up the game first, because that performance is not making me feel great. Actually, I'm going to crop out the unnecessary tiles, because it looks like it is becoming an issue. So layer. So I need to go to -5. So anything like here doesn't need to be here. So this can be removed. So the first test I'm going to do for performance is to see how expensive the tile part of the whole system is. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be good enough. So that should run a little bit faster. A tiny bit. So, let me, we just need to be in maps. Delete. Intro. So let's see if that runs a bit faster. It's like, that's like 10 FPS faster right here. That's good. Well, nah, I think it's like 6. Does anyone know how long he has invested on making this game? So I've only put in like 60 hours now or something, I don't know. But I started working on it in February, I just haven't put that much time into it. Yes, I made the level editor myself. It's available to patrons, which is the link in the description for. I think I included it in the last release, at least. You'd probably have to modify for whatever game you're working on, though. You'd have to know what you're doing pretty well to make use of it. It's a good reference, probably, though. I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna take out the tile rendering and see how much of that, like, I'm just gonna start taking things out and see what's causing the performance to not be like 200 FPS. So I'm gonna start with this. I think I can just do this, and that takes out. That gives me almost double the FPS. So the tile rendering itself is a good chunk. But what happens if I take out the, where's render? Here we go. Tooltips. Okay, let's take out the background. So that gives me a few FPS. It gives me like 10 or 20. So that might be something I could optimize, I'm not sure. This is the one that's like, I think the big one. I guess they all contribute a bit. Let's take out this in the background, and the tiles, and I get 200. So, I guess it's those three things that are contributing fairly equally to the performance. But like the grass, you can see, runs super well. Everything else, well, ignore that menu. There's a bit of a hack in there, but like, yeah, this all runs fine. Okay, so the glows are probably making the combat slow, so I want to check that. That's in renderer. Well, it could be the visual effects or the glows. I'm not really sure which one it is. So it's actually largely the sparks, I think. So, huh. Let's see how much this does on its own. Oh, you see that? So it went from like 200 to 150. Or 220. Okay, so that takes it down to 150. Let's see which one I should work on first. How much is the background? So the front particles are more expensive than the background. Now let's see how much these tiles are. So this is probably one of the heaviest things. So I'm curious what happens What happens if I skip this? It helps a little bit, I think. It's a couple FPS. So I'm gonna go into tile map and get visible. Let's skip the off-grid tiles and see how much of this is actually coming from just off-grid tiles. 10 FPS. Let's skip this too. $140. Getting there. So, if I remember correctly, I can do some. I could probably do some stuff to speed up the off-grid tiles, but if I remember correctly, I take a section possibly larger than I need to from the display for visible tiles. Where's size override come from? Oh, interesting. Self.view size. So that's actually defined world. So this is interesting. I actually don't want it to be that big. So I'm going to add a little trick in here. First I need to see how much space I'm wasting, or wait. Yeah, where's the... So in window, base resolution is what I'm looking for, I think. Where do I add these offsets? Oh, I know the... Are these offsets positive or negative numbers? Hold on. Oh, they're negative. So the base resolution is smaller than the display. So, I'm going to do... I'm gonna benchmark it first, see what I get. So I get 124. What? It's like mid-20s. Looks like. So base resolution. Let's see what this gives me. So I can get some graphical bugs here. On average, it is a bit higher, which is good. I do need to fix that graphical bug though. Hold on. So I need a shift in the get visible. Do I have... plus self.game.window, actually minus .window dot offset. I'm having to like realign the visible area because basically what I'm dealing with here is that the surface I'm rendering onto is actually bigger than what you see due to some stuff with the background. There's a bit of a hack I had. So this is correct. I need to spawn in the exact same spot and see what I get. So I just increased it by 10 FPS. Let's see, what else can I optimize? So how much of this is coming from... There's a... Where's the background thing? Here it is. World mask. So if I cut this out... Huh. Okay, that gives me quite a bit. That's not something I can get rid of, but... There might be a faster way to do it. I'm trying to think if there's a fast way to do this. World Surf. What is the size of World Surf? .424, 256. It's not the base resolution, is it? That's quite a bit bigger than the base resolution. Actually, I don't think that's worth fixing. So I'll leave that one. I think, like, as long as I'm above 100, like, I think 120 is a decent benchmark. On my laptop, I get, I think, pretty close to what I get on my desktop, but I'm trashing laptops. There's some stuff to be concerned about. So let's turn on the background and see how much that affects things. So we're looking at quite a bit slower here. Let's see what I can do to simplify this. So that's coming from... Wait, I'm gonna start closing things because I don't need all this stuff open. Add a feature to the map editor, remove unnecessary tile. So the issue with that is that all tiles have transparency. I could add something that tries to determine which ones are capable of fully blocking something, but that's kind of a pain. I might do that in the end if I want a little bit of performance. I'm not too concerned. I write everything in bare Python. I don't use like I don't compile any of the functions or anything. The thing is because a lot of the performance comes from like the solar parts come from Pygame itself, which is already written in C. So there's nothing I can do about that. At least not in the sense of just compiling. Compiling things doesn't really help much. There's some algorithms where it could help, but then it's not worth the effort for how little benefit it provides because the differences between operating systems and stuff. So background. So there's the squares, I'm curious which part of this is slow. I'm gonna take out the squares. And see what happens. $126. Whoa. Wait, hold on. How does that compare to no background? Oh, what if I take out the updating too? So that's 130. Oh, wait, no. I need to add the update back in, so to get... That's also 130. So the update itself doesn't cost hardly anything. So let's render it, and so those background lines are only a couple FPS. Wait, hold on. Let me see what... Is that the background color? Not much can be done to speed up these. So that's only a couple FPS I'm losing from those lines. Let's see, like it's actually more like 5 probably. So these squares are not super efficient. How many are, wait. So the game does look a little bit lacking without the squares. I think the squares do look good. So let's see how these squares work. So it's rendering a bunch of polygons, which it's generating with a bunch of trigonometric functions. The question is, how much of this is an issue with those trigonometric functions, and how much of this is... Ah, that's what I thought. So it's trigonometry that's messing with us here. There's too much trigonometry going on. The trigonometric functions are generally really slow, and you don't want to run a ton of them at once. That's why the sparks are probably slow as well. So I need to find a way to make these squares not do all that trigonometry. So what I can do is just use Pygame rotations. So what I'm gonna do, so there's a location, an angle, and a size. So does the size change? Oh yes, it does. Surf equals Pygame.surface. So the size is half of the actual size, so it's going to be, I'm going to do size by 3. Size by 3. This does need to be an integer. Yeah, using Pygame rotations are going to be faster than trigonometry, I think. Surf.set color key 000. Pygame.draw.rect surf. What's the color? 9, 10, 20. Pygame.rect, and it's gonna be size divided by 2, size divided by 2, size by 2, size by 2, and Pygame.transform.rotate surf to angle. Wait, where am I getting angle from? Oh, self.rotation. And this has to become math.degrees. This section needs to become square surf. Need to differentiate these. So this becomes surf.blit. And then this, oh, the width is gonna be interesting. Becomes self.location. I forgot how this works. Hold on, I'm gonna have to pull over the docs. I think there's a width argument for rect. Draw rect width. So I can do width equals width. Is it self.width? I think it is. Yeah, it is. So now I don't need to do any of this. That doesn't get used for anything. Size is not defined. It's self.size. I'm lazy. Just... Okay, so there appear to be some issues. I might have to pull up GitHub to reference the old version here. So this stuff was centered, I believe. So that becomes location 0 minus square surf dot get width 2. Take that, copy paste. And that comes height in 1. Did I have one too many closing things here? I think I did, yep. So they're spawning up at the top. Oh. Yeah, hold on, that needs to be adjusted by the offset. So is it minus offset or plus offset? I forgot. Well, I'm about to find out. So it's probably plus because I didn't see anything. What? Also, the size I think needs to be reduced by 2. Or 1.5? Nah. It's like 1.2 is actually enough. Where are they? Hold on, time to pull out the other stuff. Pulling out the source code. The old version. Scripts. Background. So we're looking at like line 30. Oh, minus parallax rate. Minus 0 by parallax rate. And that's for everything. Oh, and it's got a base location. Plus self.base location 0. Did I do that right? Oh, 1. And then I'm gonna copy this over to the other one. And that becomes 0 and 0. The frame rate is lower. New idea. Also, the rotations look funky. Interesting. I think the best option here is to cache. So size is going to become, well, let's print it, see what kind of numbers I'm getting here. So I think I can round to an integer. Size equals int size. Wait. Now, rot equals int self.rotation, or the math.degrees of it. Print rot. And then rot gets used here. I do need to scale up the size, though. Oh, that's what happened. I see. Actually, wait, no. I'm gonna do this, and that becomes 0.1. And then this becomes that by 2. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. So now to make this fast with some caching. So, rot, this cannot be that. I'm gonna do times 3 divided by 3. No, just, no. Oh, no, hold on, doing it backwards. Divided by 3. By 3. So it only works on 3-degree increments, which means that I have less angles to work with. It's like 100 and something. So actually, I'm gonna go by 5-degree increments. The spinning is like throwing me off. Hold on. This is not centered right. So minus, it should be right. Oh, it's not the rotated, what, it got worse. How did it get worse? The question is, how many of these things can I cache before I start like using way too much RAM? It shouldn't be bouncing around now. Oh wait, oh. That's why. There we go, now it's actually smooth the way it's supposed to be. Wait, I have an idea. It almost looks cool if I truncate the rotation a bunch. I like that. That's cool. So what if I do 20? So now, the size can only be a certain range, and the rotation can only be a certain range. So, I don't know what the total range is, but I should be able to start caching. So, image ID equals size rotation. So that's the only information that determines the image's uniqueness. So with that, I can start caching. So square cache equals that. If image ID not in square cache. Then I have to create it. And square cache image ID equals square surf, else square surf equals this, because I've already pre-rendered it, so it should be faster now. 120, so I increased it by like 10 FPS. Now I'm curious what the cost is on RAM. There's a lot of fluctuation in the performance there. So I'm looking at less than 200, and it's holding. I think. Yeah, kinda. There's a lot going in and out of memory there. Is this slower than the old method? Hold on, I'm gonna see how often it's generating a new one. So if that does it have access to game? I don't think it does. That'll be removed later. I'm just trying to make sure I can see when it stops. It's just continuously generating surfaces still. I think I need to truncate the size more. So it's running faster, but it's generating surfaces still. Curious. What's what these IDs are that are generating? I deleted the wrong thing. Oops. That's what needs to be deleted. Okay, so I need to mod the rotations here. Because Pygame doesn't wanna... There we go. So it stopped generating them already. That's good. I see you guys have been having a long conversation about making money. But I haven't been able to read it, because then it'd be a reading stream. Man, interacting with chat with my live streams is a lot harder than most people's, because the messages are so long. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna not truncate the size that much. I'm gonna tone that back a bit. So it starts to slow down, and it runs at like 120. That's good. I think that is faster than before. Just to be sure, I'm gonna pull in the old code and do a speed check here. So it was background, and then this render function was the old one. It's funny, more code, but it runs faster, presumably. So this one stabilizes at the low 110s. this one should be 120s. It's like mid 120s, which is really good. Another thing I'm gonna do here is reduce the amount of squares, but where's the update? Background update. Where's this? The squares need to be bigger on average, so size is the second to last value. So that size value needs to be able to get bigger. I'll take it up to 25. Is there a width value? No, I think it's determined based on size, probably. So I'll have that number and have this number. And this should wait a second. This one also needs to get bigger. I didn't notice those parameters were ever different. Hold on, let's see what it stabilizes at right here. So the surfaces are bigger. I don't think I need that many, so I'm actually going to decrease this. I need that spot back again. Okay, so let's see where it stabilizes. It's 130, that's good. Okay, so the only thing left to add back in is the foreground particles. So with all of these changes, it looks like it was running at 80 before in that location. So I'm gonna turn on the particles. And there shouldn't be any changes in this file now, yeah. So the particles are chunking it pretty hard, but if you look, I'm already up 20 FPS relative to what it used to run at, I think, or maybe 15, which is a pretty good improvement. That's like more than 10%, which is noticeable on lower end hardware, because I was kind of on the edge before. Yeah, so I need to do something about these particles. I think the black ones are I think I need to like, increase the size of the black ones and then decrease the number. The game looks really cool, thank you. So where are the particles here? Just render. So overlay particles. Overlay particle update. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Ooh. I'm curious how much of the slowdown is coming from this. So it was hovering like just under or just around 100 before. So that's like 3 FPS, it looks like, or maybe 2, I think. So I don't think that trigonometric function right there is messing me up. So let's see how much I get without that render. So it looks like half of it's the update and half of it's the render. I can do this check like this. Oh wait, no. Do I have to? I think it's this one. So it's like half and half, the update and the render, I think. So I'm going to decrease the count. So I'm going to change this to 80. Let's see what this gives me. It actually looks fine. And my FPS has gone up by 10. Just by doing that. So if I can make the black ones bigger. Where's the size? So add particle. It's probably one of these numbers around here. Glow radius. I know this is the red one. Oh, it's like... I think I know what this is. I bet this number is the size, but it's like inverted because it's based on an image. I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the restroom. Alright, I'm back. So just as I sat down, oh, it's a Russian name, but did I mod the squares 90 degrees? No, and I probably should, so thank you for that. Because squares look the same no matter look at 90-degree increments rather than 360. That'll save some RAM. It's not a huge deal, but well, let's run it and make sure. So it looks fine. Yeah, that'll save me a little bit of RAM, like maybe 20 megabytes. I don't know. So I need to take a look at the particle system. So overlay particles is from Particle Manager, which is... where is that? Particles, I guess. Add particle... I don't know. A pen... particle... okay, so I'm looking for the particle type. Ooh, so start frame is the last non-keyword value, which is going to be the size. So it's this. What is a... oh, decay rate. Why is the decay rate 0? Wait, is that something about that doesn't seem right? So what's oh, motion decay rate surfer. So presumably, well, so 3, 2, 2, 1. I'm not sure I like the particles being this big. So this should actually probably be like more like a whitish color, so I'm gonna wait, hold on. How does this math add up? Oh, I see. So I want 2 and 3 to be... I'm gonna change the glow radius. So now I'm just kind of having some fun making this look better, but it's costing me performance-wise. Actually, this one doesn't need to be that big, so I'm fine with 544. And then this doesn't need to be quite as big. I like that. That looks good. So it did put a little bit of hit in the performance. I'm gonna see what the performance is standing over here in a nice looking area. Also pretty good. So I'm happy with this performance because it is above 100 FPS. Because before I was below it, and that's a bit concerning. I'd like it to run on the average laptop. That is my goal here. Yeah. And when I say run, I mean probably about 50 FPS. So actually, 100's fine if this were the end result, but the game is not done yet, so there's going to be more added. And I want to have space to do other stuff. So I had to work on my stuff there. I need to work on the sparks thing for the hits, because those are... actually, that's fine. I want to increase this glow more. I'm going to increase it to a massive amount and see what it looks like. Just put it 30. Can it not get bigger? Glow amount appears to be predetermined. So if that's probably done in renderer. Oh wait. Ah. By 3.5 plus 12. Wait, I'm gonna do +4 by, what's it called? The frame. So 0 is the smallest. So it's actually particle.frame. So there's 1.5, and I'm just gonna do a flat addition right there. So it gets smaller as the thing shrinks. Do 2 by 2. Not sure I like that. What is that sine wave on? What is glow rate determined by? Because it's not doing a very good job at oh, it needs like an offset, whatever. I'm gonna make these smaller. I'll make this like 1.7. It would be cool if I could like apply apply a force to these particles and make them shoot off in some direction. Do I have control over the velocity? Because what would be funny is if I made it so that whenever there's like a combat in a certain area, like I shoot something or I hit something, there's like a force field that pushes particles away from that area, so it provides more impact. That would be really cool. And then I could also have like a force field around the player, sort of, so that like when you run around, it kind of moves the particles a bit. Could just put around projectiles in general. Trying to think of a good way to make that performant, because I would have to iterate through every single force that's being applied with every single particle, which could get slow. I could partition the forces out into like a chunk system. That would be... I'm gonna add that to the to-do, because that sounds like something that would be really cool. Add force field to projectiles, entities, and combat impacts that affects the foreground particles. It's a long thing to add to my to-do list. But anyways, the next thing on my to-do list is actually other particles. So this one's going to be... I'm gonna run through this whole thing real quick and make sure it kind of holds at 100. I'm hoping there's no slow areas. I think this area should be faster. Yeah. You know what? I can hide it. Just like this area is the slowest because of all these background tiles. And this is a pretty good stress test actually, because there's grass, there's a lot of like boxes and background tiles. There's just a lot of tiles and stuff going on in this spot specifically. Even though it looks like this is worse, it's not actually. I do need to make the tree rendering faster, but I'm not gonna deal with that right now. I'll put that down as a thing to do though. Only attempt to render trees if they collide with visible area. So the off-grid tiles, which includes trees but not like the normal tiles you collide with, I think they all try to render no matter where you are on the map. So if I get a really big map and it tries to render these trees, which are kind of more complicated to render, it's gonna be slow. Most of the other stuff, it's just fine to render it because the rendering time is about as long as it takes to figure out whether or not it's visible to begin with. Yeah. Why someone just dumped a formula in here? Are you guys like studying trig in my chat? Someone's saying something about merge tiles into bigger tiles if it's in the screen space, so you draw less bit bigger. That's the so that doesn't work. Oops, I accidentally refreshed. But I can't merge tiles. Oh, okay, so I sort of could, but I'd have to be very careful about how I did it. And then that would be something I'd do at the very end, because right now I'd like to leave the option open for me to modify the tile map as a part of the game, because once you start to merge things into larger surfaces that you use for rendering, that can get pretty slow. That can get slow for updating things. When you have things isolated out and you're rendering from each tile individually, it's you can make changes to the map easier, like in real time. So that's something I would mess around with in the end if I'm concerned about performance, and I've decided to not do anything that modifies the tile map during gameplay. Yeah. Am I inspired by Risk of Rain? Yes, but not for this project. That Risk of Rain inspired Drawn Down Abyss. This game sounds phenomenally good and unique. Well, unfortunately, I do not have any sound for this game. But, yeah, so it's actually, the visual style is definitely unique. Like for an action RPG. I've never seen something that looks like this. But, the mechanics are somewhat unique, I guess. I'm going to be having a very, very in-depth combat system. Like it'll be intuitive, but there's a lot of stuff you'll be able to use because different weapons will have all sorts of abilities you can use, and that's where this game really gets fun. But the like on a top level, it's an action RPG with a focus on boss fights, which isn't that innovative, but yeah. So I'm mostly just kind of focusing on the core mechanics and trying to do them really well, but I think the art style is where it's unique. Particles are like ranch and salad. It makes it spicy and tasteful. Ranch is not spicy. I don't know where you got that from. Also, I haven't had ranch in a long time, I don't think. Oh, wait. I think I had it... Last time I had a ranch, I think, was in June. It's been a while. Why are you asking me to say go study? You know, I'm skipping classes to do this stream right now. That is the opposite of what I'm doing. Would it cost a lot of performance to add trace to falling particles? I think it would drop me 10 FPS, but I could technically do it. I'm tempted to do that. I don't know. I feel like it would be a bit visually distracting. I mean, the particles are all. I hit refresh on the YouTube thing again. I lost my chat. Hold on. But if I put like what do you call it? Just a trace to these particles. The way I do it is with just kind of transparency and reusing surfaces between multiple frames. But the performance on that's not great. I don't remember what exactly I was gonna say. Oh yeah. Yes. So the particles would also block. Well, the trails from the particles would be visually distracting. It's already kind of visually distracting as is. It provides to the atmosphere the way it is right now, but it's also a little bit visually distracting. But if I had full-on trails for all the particles, that would get pretty distracting. I'm curious though, what if I drew a line behind the red ones? I don't know. What's the class I'm skipping? Computer Science 2 right now. But when I started this, well, no, an hour ago I was skipping Security and Computing. But both those classes I've got A's in, and I haven't really been attending the lectures the whole semester. Well, I attended them at the beginning, and then I started skipping them because I can get away with that and just study up afterwards. The color palette looks like an ancient Greek temples. I don't know how you get that from a color palette, but the character is look at it's derived from, hold on, I'll pull it up. Where's my game? I tried to search the name of the game, but some other stuff was popping up. It's based off of this character. I have a wait. There's a better one. If I go, it's based off of this thing, but it's the one I'm wearing is kind of wearing a coat thing, and the face is actually closer to my avatar that I'm streaming with, except it's white instead of black. So this one's actually wearing something, unlike the other one. But yeah, it's just kind of, it's not supposed to be a specific animal. It is what it looks like. Well, that's not probably not the best way to do it. If you were to enhance this image, like scale it up, that's what it looks like pretty much. I don't know. I'll probably have like portraits for characters when I implement NPCs and dialogue systems, which are coming soon actually. After I finish the random changes I want to make, so these, and then also what is this? Add tree and grass particles. That's not grass, ground particles. So once I've done those things, there's another zone that's going to be over here. So this currently it links back to here, but it's going to link to another area soon, and that area I'm going to have to add some new enemies for. I'm going to add new items and weapons, but then the area after the one that this would go to is where you'll run into the first NPC, and then that's when I'll have to add the NPC system. So soon I'll be getting to the portrait art and that stuff. But yeah, probably this thing needs to be moved up. It's like sunk into the ground. What's SC2? Yeah, CS2, as someone else said. Oh no, you said that. So CS2 is Computer Science 2. So there's like two main computer science classes in the computer science degree that I'm getting. So, This is the second one. It's just like general computer science topics. It's like they're teaching you the stuff you need to know to answer those interview questions they ask at the big tech companies, like inverting a binary tree, that type of thing. So it's a lot of data structures and just kind of science behind computer science, I guess. So not stuff that it's mostly stuff you'd never really use and you can get by without knowing. The thing I've noticed with the computer science degree, at least the one I'm getting, is that it's kind of what it's called, a computer science degree. It's not a software engineering degree. It focuses a lot on the theory, and I feel like it prepares you more to be an academic in computer science than to work in the industry. Which I guess that's kind of the goal of those like boot camps and stuff, but for whatever reason, universities are still kind of prioritized. That's falling out, though. A lot of companies are figuring out that you don't need to have a computer science degree to be able to do work in the industry, and it's probably closer to the people that you would get from those boot camps or whatever, or the people that are teaching themselves. So the degree itself is kind of mismatched with what it's used for, at least the one I'm getting, with the exception of the interviews for whatever reason. I mean, there are cases where that knowledge does help in the field, but it's not the main thing you should know. A lot of people come out with these degrees and then they don't know what they need to know. Usually they're decent at learning at that point, though, so they can pick up what they need to know. But like, they won't be familiar with hardly any libraries for any of the languages they use. The languages that they use, they will probably only know, I guess, the basic syntax for, and they won't have experience working with other libraries for the most part. Yeah, and then the languages they do know are usually C, C++, and Java. Python's not used much in your universities. Neither is like C# or JavaScript. There are some classes, and I think it depends on the university, because I have a sibling that goes to another university, and there are classes that are required, I think, or I think that you're likely to take, not necessarily required, where you would end up learning JavaScript and doing some web development. That's not the case with my university, though. You still don't know what a binary tree is? It doesn't really matter, because guess what? I haven't had to use a single binary tree ever in well, outside of school. I haven't ever had to use a binary tree for coding. Although knowing what a binary search is can be helpful. There's been, I think, 2 instances where I didn't actually even make a binary search. I just had to it was helpful to understand it. One of those cases was with MongoDB document indexing, and then the other case was with I was making up a data structure that was for some specific needs for graphing functions and stuff. Well, not for graphing stuff that I had to do for work, but outside of that, I haven't really used it. Could you see how the code's structured? I mean, I can. It's just kind of objects with a bunch of functions, and it's like a tree of objects. And it starts at game. It creates all these objects, and an update handles all this. Yeah, the world's the main one. It's got a bunch of functions, but like it updates hitboxes, world animations, entities, cameras, VFX, particles, etc. So it's kind of general structure. A tree of objects. So this is a very object-oriented project right here. In college, Python is taught for data science related fields. Yeah, I think that does happen. But you don't really learn it necessarily in computer science. I'm going to have to take some classes that involve Python finally, because I'm going to be taking some machine learning classes, which will use Python. But also I think in my university they're starting something where people that come in, like, you have to take a placement exam, but people that come in with not that much knowledge of programming and score low on the placement exam have to take an extra class where they learn Python. But if you know this amount of programming before coming in, you don't have to learn Python. So it's a weird situation. I do use Delta time. So what happens, all of these objects have a reference to the game object. So if you notice, I passed that into a bunch of these things here, and this reference to game gets passed along. So even though you don't see it getting passed through in the update function, well, the window actually manages DT. It's like, here's DT. But if I go to world, I'll probably find it. Actually, no. Camera would probably have it. Maybe? Yeah, camera. So it pulls from the game window DT. So I don't have to pass all these arguments around. Everything just accesses everything. So it's like super spaghetti, but since I'm working on the code by myself, it works out fine. I know where everything is. You wouldn't, there are circumstances where you're working with other people and you don't want to do stuff like this because it's hard to tell what objects are interacting with other objects. But for this purpose, when I'm working by myself, it's very efficient to have everything have access to everything else. And that's kind of how games are, because you can make these fancy systems that allow things to interact with each other, but it ends up being kind of a pain because it's kind of like a simulation. So in games, a lot of elements will affect a lot of other elements, and if you map it out, it's going to look like spaghetti. So yeah. Because of that, when I'm working by myself, it's just easier to allow everything to access everything. Oh, you finished watching my AI video? Oh, my AI avatar video? That's actually not what it looks like. Well, that's not how it works right now. I updated it to be purely Python. So, no funky JS stuff anymore in this. I need to do like another video on that or something, I don't know. You lost all your motivation for programming, but you still think it's fun and you just can't get started. Does that happen to me? So it does happen sometimes. So like when I first started, I think there's a year or so after I first started where I hardly programmed at all, and then I just kind of slowly got more and more into it. But there are times where there's not like a project I want to work on. That's not the case right now, and that hasn't really been the case for a while. But that has happened quite a bit in the past. And I don't know. I don't really know what to do about that, because for me, I eventually just had something I wanted to work on eventually. Wait, is Adam like not being updated anymore? What happened to Adam? Their latest version is 1.58. They had an update in July. Looks like it's being updated. They update it every few months, it seems. I mean, it's been like 4 months since the last update, but the pattern seems to be every few months, so it's not. It seems like it's still supported. How much time I spent on this game? About 60 hours. Anyways, so the first thing I'm going to do is the tree and ground particles. So I don't know if I have a leaf particle. So I have like a particle system. So if I go here, bubble, mag, p, grab. Ooh, I need to check something. Particles. Did I cache the particles? Because I was pretty sure I did. Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Because there were some performance issues in the way I was handling colors. Let me see. Update. Draw. Yeah. So here's that weird caching logic. Anyways. So I don't have a leaf particle in here. So I'm gonna do what a cool thing you can do when you make a lot of games is, and steal it from another game I've made. So I'm gonna go into DDA, data, images, particles. So, sorry, it's gonna look funny. I gotta get close to see these tiny little pixels. So I think I'm gonna use these grass particles. So what's this one then? Is it different? So this one's right, left, right, left. What's the difference? I think I was being lazy about something, it looks like, and I just made a copy of the exact same thing. So particles. This is going to be called grass, and this is actually leaves and grass. Ooh, I need to. Well, this is going to become leaves. So there's like two halves to the thing I want to do here. One is that the trees need to drop particles, and then the other one is that the grass needs to drop particles, or just the ground in general. The trees are going to drop leaf particles, and the ground's going to drop like single pixel particles. So I need to figure out how I'm going to determine what parts of this tree are leaves, so I can spawn more leaves that drop from there. Yeah. Ooh, I need to I should add a frame to this. So I'm gonna rename this stuff. Wish it were easier to shift all this. And I just add like 4, 3, 2, 1, and copy paste. Rename that to 0. Can I? I think that's the proper way to do this. I think that's too big, probably. Now that I'm looking at it. I'll do that. It should be good enough. So the tree needs to drop particles. So the nice thing here is this is already generated from an object, which means I can do some extra math. Like, generated in, like, the different layers here are pre-generated, which means I've already got a system set up that's kind of looking at this image and doing things. So I'm going to hack into the foliage thing and see if I can mark this out. F, foliage. So this is a thing that splits it into layers. This is an interesting trick with masks to split it into layers. I don't do all my art in MS Paint. I do most of it in MS Paint. Animations I do in a Sprite, with the exception of those particles you were just looking at, because I was being lazy. But yeah, I use MS Paint because it's just kind of more convenient. You are the most structured and disciplined. You spend all day watching YouTube. I did that for a while. I learned a lot of random facts. I got most of my knowledge of history from YouTube, which is questionable. I'm currently working on the leaf particles. Yeah. So, I'm curious if I can get a list of points from a mask. So, pygame.org/docs. Where's mask? Mask. So what can I do with a mask? Can I get a list of all of the points? There's a bounding Rex thing. When did this get red? I don't remember that being like that. I can count bits. Huh. Well, new idea. So I'm just going to use the latest solution. I think this is what I did in my devlog series, where I just try to pick a bunch of random points until I find a point that's valid. So, find a leaf spot, or point, self. So layer 0, I believe. Wait. Layer 0 is going to be the last one that's generated. Yeah. So self.layers0. That's the one rendered in the back, right? Yeah. So I'm going to check relative to here. So point equals random.random. No, wait. Int random.random by self.layers0.getWidth. Close that int random.random layers 0.get height. Did I do that right? I think so. So color equals point.get. Wait, color equals self.layers. What? Layers 0.get at. I don't remember if I did that right. Wait, I don't need that. Docs. Hold on. I got it. Well, Why is there a Korean tutorial for... I did not know this existed. That's a new page I haven't seen. So I'm looking for a surface. There's a get at function, I believe. Get at, and okay, it's just pass XY. It's been a while since I used it. So point. There's a description of the game in the description of the stream that you can use. I'm gonna run this. Self.find leaf point. For I in range 50. Cell. How did I do that? So what I'm looking for here is anything that's not black. So if color, so I want the, can you list color, the first three is does not equal this print color. See if that matches now. Yep. So if that happens, you know you found a leaf, because I'm processing on the back layer, which is all leaves. So, well, true. So you just keep doing this until you find one. If you take out all of the green colors, it doesn't work, and it crashes. Well, no, it'll actually get stuck in an infinite loop. So return point. So I can do this to find a bunch of points that are valid spawn locations. So now the question is, how do I know? I might as well do the collision thing now. Do I have, like, in the camera or something, a rect I can collide with? It's like a convenient thing to have that I feel like I would have done before. I'm gonna move my microphone a bit. How many of these bots do I have to remove? This is the third one this stream, and I think I had 3 or 4 of them last stream. Now what was it doing? I forgot. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I was looking for camera. There is no rect. Maybe I have one in world. I do not, apparently. So visible r equals pygame.rect, and I can take these self.game.window.base resolution 0, self.game.window.base resolution 1, print visible r. Let's see if this is correct. I guess I need to import Pygame here. So you guys can't see this, but I can see the rect changing. It's down here now. So now with that, I can go into here and take this visible R, and then where's foliage? def check visible self rect. Oh wait, no, actually that doesn't make any sense. Def rect. Wait, no. So base image.size, I guess. So I go into world right here. What is? Okay, so this is the object. This base image.size. I'm gonna splat that into a rect. Foliage r equals pygame.rect. I need a location though, which will be. Oh man. It's tile 0, tile. I can splat tile 0. Cool. Splat that, and that's my rect. If foliage r.collide rect with visible r, then it still needs to continue though. I don't want to try and render it. What? Oh, it's get size, not size. So go back to world. Get size. What did I just hit there? I hit a backslash somehow. So that works. The trees are here, which is good. Now I just need to spawn the particles. Wait, you get those bots commenting on your videos? I've seen the I haven't seen that bot commenting on my videos, but I've seen those bots that are kind of like that just comment a timestamp. Their usernames aren't usually in all caps though. They comment a timestamp and like a short URL, I think. What is the length of that line? What line? Did I ever hear of a PHP framework? I assume they exist, but I don't know of any, and I'm glad I do not. Anyways, so in here, if this happens, I know it's visible. So I can do if random dot how should I do this? So the time needs to be proportional to the time passed. Ooh. Random dot random divided by random dot random is less than self.game.window.dt. Beautiful. I don't know if I have random here. Hold on. I probably don't. No, I don't. So, from here, I'm gonna do a little test. The frequency is not great on that. It should be about once per second. So I need to get back to world. So I'm gonna increase the frequency by dividing that up by 2. On more leaves. So now here's where I spawn the particles. So I could probably do this off of hitboxes. No particles? No particles? No, apparently not. So I'm looking for what would have particles? Projectiles maybe. Come on. Okay, time to just search in the project for particle. Oh, here we go. This one will work. So now I can go back to world and spawn leaf. I have access to the color chain, don't I? Foliage. Where's the color chain? Self the color chain equals color chain. So now I have the colors associated with that specific piece of tree or whatever. Colors equal wait, no, color equals that color chain. You know, hold on. This is getting excessive, the amount of times I have to write this. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do foliage equals that. I'll call this foliage. I'm gonna be super lazy about this. So this foliage, that color chain. So now I have the color, or it needs to be a random dot choice. I need to take a random color from the colors that are used in this. Oh yeah, this is actually foreground, not leaf. Leaf. Actually, no, it should be background, shouldn't it? I know it can be foreground. So leaf owner, that's going to need to be changed. Custom color equals color. I believe this is the decay rate, this is the start frame. And this will be down and to the left, I guess. Very slowly, so minus 0.01. Probably 0.1. Oh, and that's by DT, so minus 100 or 10. And it needs to be falling faster than it goes that way, so 3. That's gonna be pretty slow. So this will be this foliage dot find leaf point. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we'll see. Leaf is not a known particle type. What? Oh, it's grass. Right. What isn't it like? Is the color supposed to be a tuple? That is my suspicion. Something in here is supposed to be a tuple, and it isn't. And I have to guess it's the color. Oh, it's running. But, oh. That needs to be... Position equals... So that needs to have this added. And position 1 needs to have that added, so... There we go. Leaves. Leaves. They're falling very slowly, but they're there. So, in the world, this number should be kind of random. This should increase to a kind of random amount. -4 minus 2. And then this can be random by 150 plus 20. So they're there. I think they're... Where's the particles? Where's the behavioral stuff? Here we go. Here's where I can mess with the behaviors. If self.type in grass I need one that like increases. What is this? Motion plus equals that, well, equals min self dot motion 1 plus that, and let's cap it at like 100 or something. 120. And then this does it get a random constant? I'll assume it has one. And I'll run this and see what happens. It's dropping so fast. What? Oh, right, because this is the the other stuff accelerates. The leaves need to accelerate slower. So because of that, I need to spawn them with 0 velocity here, and they will accelerate themselves. So they're wiggling around a bit. 40. There we go. There are leaves now. I think the leftward motion needs to be greater. that should increase. Oh, that's the wrong way. Negative 80. Cool. So now, I think this number could be bigger. And then this number could be smaller. Okay, I don't need that many leaves. I'm thinking though that in the renderer, where's the particles? This could actually be more like 60. These ones actually don't need to be as big as I was making them. I don't want to distract from the other stuff. What? Oh wait, hold on, the bigger number. I had my things backwards. I need a bigger number, not a smaller number. So that becomes 4, 4, 3, 3, so 4, 5. So I don't need that many leaves. So I'll do 3. Okay, it still doesn't need that many. I can probably do 1.5, which is actually less than what I was testing with. There we go. I like that. So the trees now have leaves. Oh, the grass should probably spawn that too. Whoa, that's some interesting knockback. Oh, hello. It's got knocked into that, okay. Actually the grass should probably be fine. Maybe like if I'm running through it, it should spawn stuff? I don't know. So I'm gonna do the ground particles. But I'll read chat first. Face reveal? No, I'm not doing that. What will I do when I reach 100,000 subs? Not a face reveal. I don't know. I'm expecting 100,000 subs in a couple of years. It's gonna be a bit at my current rate. The description says how old I am. Yeah. I'm not planning to release this project this year. It's next year. Don't read chat. Okay. So yeah, ground particles, which are I can do that in world probably, or I can do it from the player. I can do it from anything that collides with the ground. I could say I could put it in the entity object actually. I need like a self dot generate ground particles equals false. And then for this, I'll set it to true in the player, which inherits from this. Which means that I can turn it on for any entity later on. Where is the player? Oh, it's like a peer player. True. So now I just in here have to do that. So in move, def move. So if I'm moving horizontally, but I've also collided with the ground, then I should generate particles. So if directions bottom, and self.generate ground particles. If self.generate ground particles, if direction is bottom, if self.velocity 0 does not equal 0. Okay. What's this should trigger. It didn't trigger. Uh-oh. Where's entity? I have too many things open. Hold on. I'm closing things that I do not need. There we go. So this didn't trigger. Let's see how far I get. So I'm getting to B. Let's see what's going on with the velocity here. Oh, velocity is from knockbacks. So what I need is not velocity. I need motion. I'll do it here. So motion 0. So if I'm moving in for any reason across the ground, that'll trigger. So now with that, ooh, I had an idea. So instead of the thing that triggers this being a boolean, I'm gonna make it a number so I can change the rate at which it occurs. So under player, I'll make that number like 0.5. So that's probably excessively high to begin with, but that's for testing purposes, so it's fine. I'm gonna have to make a new particle. Wait, can I just use, what is pgrav? I'm gonna give it the same as the grass, so, well, no, maybe not. Trying to think. Let's call it P terrain. So now, where is it? Have to go all the way back down to move. So it if random.random is less than self.generate ground particles, then it will spawn a particle. I do need to make sure I have random, because I probably don't. I do. Okay. So now with this, I'll call this generate terrain particles. So this, I just have to call a thing that generates the particles. So I can copy from here and stick it into here. And then self.gamedev the particles that add particles. This becomes p terrain. I'll make this color will be white for now. I'll fix that later. And then the frame will be the very last frame. So it starts on 0, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The decay rate's gonna have to be pretty slow though. 20. Oops. This is gonna have to be self.rect.bottom. Self.center 0. It's like the middle of your feet. Do I have a self.rect? Probably. Oh, I can see them. There's little white particles. That's what I'm looking for. I'm curious if they disappear. They should. I'm gonna drop down here. Yes, they do disappear. Good. Takes a bit though. So now I need to collect the color that's used for this, which is gonna be tricky. I think I had some leftover code in here that I had commented out. Aha. Does this return the tile itself? Oh, we'll see what this does. Self.game.world.tilemap. This becomes base position equals this, and I'll use base position 0, base position 1, and I'll pull from below. Int random by 3 or 4 plus 2, 1, 2. I'll do by 2. Because the way the truncate's gonna make that 2.5. And then that shouldn't be necessary now. Tile equals print tile. See what I got. Cool. Now the trick is, how do I get the color? Actually, no, I don't want to do it like that. I want to get it from the display, which is gonna be a bit tricky. I could use the display surface from the previous frame. There's a couple ways to do this. Or I could just straight up pull the image. Ow. I could spawn them based on your position in the previous frame. So I could do that by calling it before move. Well, but I need to know if there's a collision below. Oh, I could just tell it to generate. Let's do it like this. Self dot terrain particle queue equals this. I'll dump all the particles I want to generate into there. So from here, all I have to do is self.game.world.terrain particle queue equals no, dot append base position. So I want to work with that position. So I'm going to have to offset that with the camera's position to get what the render position of that is. And then I'm going to want to pull a color from the tile, well, from the display with that position. Yeah. So after that, I'm gonna want to do it before all the visual effects. So I'm gonna want to do it right here. Self.generate terrain particles. Def generate terrain particles self. So it's going to use this variable. So for location in then, or I'll just do the shorthand position. Color equals how am I gonna do this? I'll display position equals self.camera. This position? No. Position 0 plus self.camera position 0. I think that'll do it. Color equals. Actually, before I do this, self.terrain particle queue equals empty. Print display position. That's not valid. That needs to be minus, I think. So now those are real numbers. So I do need to make sure it's within the bounds of the display, though. So our display r equals pygame.rect. Display self.game.window.display.get rect. Yeah. Oh, not get rect. Get size. I'm gonna splat that, and then I wanna splat self.game.camera .camera.position. Or it's just self.camera because it's owned by the world. Actually, no, that can be 0, 0. Never mind. If display r.collide point display position print display position. There we go, got positions. So now I can take from that and I'm gonna start printing out colors. color equals self.game.window.display.get at display position. I don't need those extra parentheses. Print color. What? So this needs to be an integer, I guess. It's getting the background color. That's not good. New idea. Let's set. Where is it? Untitled world. Self.game.window.display.set at display position. Just put a bright yellow particle right wherever it's taking it from. Where is that? Print color display position. So it's saying 212.154. So time to do some pixel math to figure out where on earth that yellow particle is going. Well, that yellow pixel is going. Resize. It's scaled 2x. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Why is it doing that? I mean, it's that works. So the location it gave me was 212.154. 212.154. Oh, but there's the offset, which is, where's window? 20. So the offset is 20. So when it says 212.154, it's actually 192.134. 192.134. That should be, hello. That should be right there. What? Well, time to make something bigger to make sure I can see it. I'm not sure it's getting that color. Pygame.draw.circle. Oh, Pygame.draw.rect display. Let's just circle. So I think it's center next. So display position 5 is the radius. Solve that game window. Oh, it'll only show when it tries to do that thing. I don't see it, so time to try harder, make it bigger. It's possible that for some reason it's just not showing. Oh, there. Oh, it's showing in the back. That looks correct. The Y position seems incorrect though. Where's the width setting? So at 30, 10, 5, 2. I need to see exactly where this is showing up. I don't know if I got it there. Let's see. I didn't catch it. I can see where it's pulling from now though. So presumably the offset's incorrect. So the Y position should be the self.center 0. Actually, wait. Oh, here's a little trick I could do. Just not wipe that. What? Oh, I actually don't have to. Oh. Okay, I can drop it here. This is a bit of a hack, but it's trippy. I want 1. I might be able to like pinpoint it. So here's what I got here. Is that the dot it's taking from? Or I don't think so. I think that's one of those circles. Is it grabbing that color? What is that? Oh, you know what the problem is? Duh, it's grabbing from the current surface. Well, it's grabbing from the current display. I need to grab something else. Let's grab from here. The surface being rendered onto. This can be moved back. I don't need these anymore. And that becomes surf. Might have finally gotten it. Let's see what I got. So it's getting me a lot of things that aren't green. Oh no, that is green. So let's start spawning them. So this becomes position. And then that becomes color, and I think we're good. Wait, no, that needs to be a tuple. Look at all those particles that are falling down. So I want them to kind of fling up a bit. I'm gonna start them at size 4. Set their decay rate to make some of them 4. There we go. negative 60. So you're gonna fling up, they're coming up like that. So now I need to add some logic to that. So go into particles, and then if self.type in p terrain, then I can take this, and I'm gonna want this, but this is gonna be dampened significantly. This is gonna fall a lot faster. Okay, it's gonna need to be way faster than that. So 200. So like whatever I'm running on, it'll generate particles for. Just gonna set this to 1 or 0.9, and then I'm gonna take the 3 out of here. Actually, wait, I'm gonna do this in batches instead. So instead of doing that, I'm gonna set it to low number, and then I'm gonna do a bunch of these particles whenever I do this. For I in range random.randint, it'll do 1 to 6 of them. And then position equals position 0 plus random.random by 4 minus 2 plus random.random by 3 minus 1. So now I'll do that. This needs to be minus 60 minus random.random by 100. No, let's do 60 again. Let's drop that to 40. Make this random.random by 20. Let's do 40 minus 20. I'm not seeing any particles. Uh-oh. What? Oh, it's like shifting it. And I forgot something here. That'll do it. I want to add the motion of the entity. So now and decrease that plus motion by 60. Wait, how do I want to do this? This is a weird thing to work with. I think that'll work. Identity motion 0. I'm gonna increase the rate a little bit, but then I'm gonna go in here and turn that down to 4. No more than 4 particles can spawn together. Hold on. I need to randomly apply the motion. So the particles are there. I think the horizontal movement may be a bit much. I don't know. Instead of the vertical movement, it bounces up. Actually, no, I think it's fine. Works well on the grass. Do this. So I think it works fine. I'm happy with that. I'm wondering if I should just take the absolute direction of the motion. And then that becomes like 120 or 200 or something. Motion dir equals that divided by absolute motion 0, and then that actually doesn't need to be over there. I can put that here. Because that would have a weird interaction with frame rates. It's because the motion is determined by the frame rate. So I shouldn't use that as a absolute number. I could divide it, but still, it's funky. I think that's looking good. Some of the particles are really flying though. I'm gonna tone it back. Oh, what's it look like in here? Oh man, that's I might want to turn it down in here. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to turn it down in this area specifically. I do have a setting for that. What's it called? So the renderer, I know, uses that setting. Gamedev world is zone. So as long as it's not the white zone. So that's gonna go into player, well, not player, entity. N equals random.random if you're in the white zone, n times equals 3. So 3 times less likely to happen. So it's still plenty of particles here. But I go in here, and there's not that many. So that's good. Okay. That removes that item from the list. I've added the backgrounds, the tree particles, so I'm pretty happy with my progress today. I'm probably gonna end it here, just standing there waiting for me. Oh, that's a lot of... That's a lot of stuff that spawned right there. The FPS held up okay-ish. I'm gonna have so much iron, and I'm gonna save, because I feel like keeping it. Some more iron. I'm not gonna have very many bullets left, though. I need to be careful about that. I don't feel like keeping that sword, because I already have one. I'm saving that. How much iron did I actually get, though? 45. Anyways, I'm gonna read the chat. Well, actually, let me update my to-do list first. So those are the 2 things left on my to-do list before I move on to making the second area and actually working on the game's content. Okay, I guess you're talking about operating systems in here. WSL is gross, just use Linux. What is the character again? Not a mouse, not a cat, not a rat. It's a white blob with red ears, pretty much. Does the game have cheats? No, unless you modify the code. That's kind of how it is right now. My opinion on OOP is complicated. I think it's sometimes useful, sometimes not. Like in all of my Game Jam games, I do not use OOP, like hardly at all. There's like a couple instances, but for most part, I don't use it. But then when I work on larger projects like this, I find it useful. But yeah, since I got done what I wanted to get done today, I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm at 4 hours. Man, I work at like half my normal speed when I'm streaming. So like these live streams are kind of bloating the amount of time it takes to make this game a bit. But it's not a huge deal. Do I do this as a job or a hobby? So it's like half and half. So I make enough to do some of the things I do, like the game development and some of the YouTube stuff. Not the live streaming isn't very effective at the moment, but I'm working on stuff for that. But a lot of the stuff I do does give me a decent wage, but my main source of income was another job I had, where I was working on rockets or rocket hardware. or software for rocket hardware. But yeah, I'm hoping this will turn into my job though in the next couple of years. Like if this game I'm working on sells well, then I probably can. So that's what I'm aiming for. You watched the whole stream? You watched 4 hours? I don't think I've ever watched a 4-hour stream before. Especially not live. And again, I'm not one to really watch streams. There's a couple of streams of like when people I know are streaming, I'll watch that sometimes. That's about it. Real rockets, yes. Someone doesn't simp for VTubers? Says the person who made a donation to a VTuber not too long ago. Is it worth going down the game route if you're studying computer science? Yeah, well, if you want to work for a company, it's fairly doable. Don't expect great working conditions and wages, though, relative to what you put in. You would need to do it because you would like game development. The conditions and the pay are much better for the like similar levels of skill if you're in the outside of the game stuff. And if you're working solo like me, that's very hard to do. I feel like that's something that has to start as a hobby, or like you need to have some other income source to live off of while you're messing around with that, because you can't just jump straight into solo game development and then have a job out of it. Because I've been working on my skills for this for several years, so and I'm still not quite to the point where I can do it. Sources for what? I said it casually because it's mentioned, I think it's on like in my Twitter bio and stuff, so it's not like a secret. I won't say what specific part I worked on, though, because then I could get doxxed. Oh my. He does it again. Thank you for the $1. When's the next stream? Let me see. Maybe tomorrow? I have a lab that I have to attend by opening up a Zoom call and not doing anything. But I don't want to stream while that's going on. I can do other things, but I wouldn't want to be streaming. So after that, so maybe 2 p.m. maybe tomorrow. I don't know. And then also maybe Friday. I'm gonna probably pick one of those 2 days. And then I'll probably I'm aiming to do it regularly twice a week. I just skipped last week because I was moving around. I have messed around with Unity. I didn't like it that much. I'll only, well, like for 3D stuff, I'm probably gonna use Godot. So I have I don't really have a reason to touch Unity at this point. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here. Bye.